Oh my goodness. Pow. Dartuza. Biometric data. Thank you guys so much. Oh, well, thank you guys. I didn't realize today was my affiliate anniversary. And also, hi Biometric Data. I'll be happy to have you help with connections. Thank you guys so much. It means so much that you guys just instantly gave me those well wishes. That, oh man. Alright, I'm still getting ready. I'll begin very shortly. Just a moment. I ended up doing today's connections on my own time, so no help from me, Mr. Hell. No, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Dartuza. Purple's bullshit as always. Oh, of course. Purple's always bullshit. Clowning around edition, there is a chance that there may be a clown in today's case, so that's why it's called that. There might be a clown of some kind, according if memory serves right from the first game. Hi Zeno, thank you so much for the well wishes. Hope stream goes well tonight. I have to rest up soon for my last day of work. Okay, sounds good, Zeno. Good luck on your last day. I know you got this. Best of luck, and thank you so much for coming by. And thank you for the well wishes. I'm very happy to have been able to stream this long. All right, take it easy. All right, guys. Since we skipped yesterday, I want to just get right into it. So I will just begin streaming immediately. Let's get into our dailies. How about, huh? Just a moment.
You are now watching MrNeutral.
Hello. Happy Monday, my friends. Thank you so much for your patience. Sorry I postponed yesterday. I was kind of just hit with a bunch of everything, and yeah, today's been a bit of a day, but I'm happy to be streaming right now, and I'm excited to get to it. But let's start with some dailies, huh? Let me make sure I'm on the right window. Hey, Cool. It's all good, dude. I appreciate it. Alrighty. Okay, let's do some dailies. Woohoo. Okay. Anything you need to talk about, or keeping it to yourself? It's a lot of difficult stuff to even really talk about. I'll leave it for now, but I'm just happy that you guys are here. That means the most to me. So thank you so much. Alrighty. So let me see. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we have popular, period, cross, stamp, span, psalm, pass, Ryan, lanyard, stretch, reacher, marple, fair, interval, wristband, and Bosch. Marble. Characters with the first name Jack. Like Jack Ryan, Jack Reacher, Jack Bosch, and Jack Marple. Bosch, Ryan, Reacher. Period, stretch, interval. Yeah, of course. Period, stretch, interval. Yeah, of course. By the by, I made some yummy groundhog stew. New one a bowl. Don't ask me where I got the meat from. Pass me one of those, boyo. Jack Cross. Oh, actually, let's do span, interval, stretch, and period. A time interval. Yeah, duration. Okay. Fair. Oh, dude, JM100A, thank you so much for the 10 bits. I really appreciate that. Hello, what's up? Really appreciate you coming by. How are you doing? Thank you so much. Rip my dog Phil when I find whoever got him. No. Did you guys note that there's like competing groundhogs now? So I just saw this. Hold on. Let me. So essentially, one groundhog predicted early spring, but another groundhog is set to disagree. Yeah, Wharton Willie, like spelled Wearton. Wearton Willie predicts early spring, but Punsutani Phil disagrees. Crazy stuff. Oh yeah, their name is actually Phil. Did you know that, Zeno? The groundhog is actually named Phil. That's wild. Okay, let's see. Lanyard, pass, stamp, and wristband. These are all things that you need to like get into something like a venue. Credentials for entry. Yeah. Okay. Oh right, that reminds me. I'll ask this later, but I've been having issues trying to watch 08 MS Team. What's up, Dartuza? What's the problem? Jack Reacher, Jack Ryan, Jack Cross, and Bosch. Modern crime series protagonist. Oh, Bosch, Cross, Reacher, and Ryan. Oh, okay. Okay. Remember the time Bill de Blasio dropped Phil and he totally didn't die after that? Oh boy. Might be having issues with mine because no sites I go to are good. It's odd. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can give you a site after we finish this, Dartuza. I'm really sorry about that. And then fair, psalm, popular, or marple. What? Fair, Psalm, Popular, and Marple? What? Fairy, Air, no, I need to figure this out. I want to figure this out. Mar. Hey King, who's Phil? The groundhog that is supposed to tell if spring comes early on Groundhog Day. Psalm. There's a silent P. Popular. Marple. I didn't manage to watch episode 5, and man, what an interesting episode. I forgot what happens in episode 5. Punxsutawney Phil, or however you spell it. Yeah, exactly. Punxsutawney. Yeah, crazy name for a groundhog. Are these all... Man, fail... Sound like salmonella? Popular? Marple? Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. The purple is really getting me. Let's see. Trees plus a letter. Fuck. Oh my god. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten some of these. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Yeah, like maple. I think this is what, palm? What is it, popula tree or something? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Damn. Let's do regular food guesser. This is Mexican. Vodka, clam juice, tomato juice, hot sauce, Worcestershire sauce, celery salt, lime wedge, black pepper, celery salt, pickled bean. Okay, maybe it's not Mexican. Let's try Mexico, just in case though. Poplar, thank you, Poplar. Cool, okay, let's just try Russia then. Hold a Caesar. Oh, Elidor's turn to be a moron episode? Yeah, good old Elidor. Let's see. Worcestershire? Okay, let's try England then. Wow. Celery salt. Australia? Ice cold. Jeez. Brazil. It's Canadian. It's Canadian. This is the least Canadian thing I've ever seen. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. I would never have guessed that that was Canadian. And the fact that I guessed Mexico and it was still cool, like, messes with me because the US is so big. Oh man, okay. They sell clam juice and tomato juice together in a can. That's crazy. Okay. Is that octopus? That's grilled octopus. That looks really good. Octopus, olive oil, paprika, coarse salt, potatoes. It's Italy? Warm. Spain. Okay, nice. Woohoo. I'm not exactly feeling the thing between Elidor and Karen at the end of the episode, but I'll wait and see how it plays out first. Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. I am excited for you to progress to 08 MS team though. I would totally destroy the octopus, by the way. This cake. Egg whites, sugar, hazelnuts, flour, vanilla extract, butter, sweetened condensed milk, cocoa powder, chocolate, dark rum, or cognac. Candied fruit is optional. This just looks like cake. Russia? Holy shit, Ukraine. Ooh, wow. Kiev cake. Oh, wow. That Rocks Kid. What's up, party people? Oh, cake. Hey, Rocks Kid. What's up? How are you doing? Good to have you. I'm just doing dailies before we get into our game. I hope you're doing good. I would destroy this cake. That looks really good. You know, why not? Let's also do plate off. Fabada Asturiana from Spain or Pozole from Mexico. Pozole, easily. I'm positive, like, addition. Cool. It's good to hear. Gutuk from China or Haskija from Poland. These are two desserts, it looks like. A cheese. Oh, a cheese. Okay, curdled milk cheese. Pungent aroma and a rich flavor. Or dough from wheat flour, rolling it out, cutting into small squares. Filled with a variety of ingredients. Oh, okay, it's like porridge. I guess people choose cheese over porridge. Yeah. Gutuk is an unfortunate... Gutuk is unfortunate spelling, yeah. Oh. Chigwange. From Burundi, Gabon, Congo, Angola, Rwanda, Sao Tome and Principe, the Republic of Congo, Central African Republic, Chad, Cameroon, and Equatorial Guinea, or ciabatta from Italy. Unfortunately, my first thought immediately following that was Slegger and Mirai, which felt like an ominous premonition. Thank you for teaching me that femboys can be fat. It is a very important realization for human beings to come to. I'm glad I could educate you on that biometric data. That makes me very happy. Shrimp cocktail from the US or kangaroo steak from Australia. Steak. Okay. A cruffin from Australia, like a croissant muffin, or bun gai. I don't know how that would be pronounced from Vietnam, but I think a cruffin is going to win. Fricassee from France or Dwejigukbap from Korea. Dwejigukbap. Yeah, it's soup. Soup is easy. Pâté chinois or bun bol. What's with the Vietnamese food today? Ooh, oh, I could go with some bun bol right now. Oh, that sounds really good. My other stream is starting. Good luck, Doctective. Yes, absolutely. Have a good one, Biometric Data. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm gonna vote for bun bol out of pure bias. Oh, thank goodness. Caudle from Ireland or miso from North and South Korea. Oh, okay. It's just a rice drink. Huh. I love a rice drink, but I don't think people are going to be interested in that. Or caudle, which is sausage, bacon, potatoes, and onions. Oh, I almost got a perfect score today. Aeropuerto? Wait, what? Like airport? Wait, what? Stir frying rice noodles, proteins like chicken, beef, and shrimp in a hot wok. Soy sauce, ginger, garlic for seasoning. Why is it called Aeropuerto? Huh. Or moon shrimp cake from Taiwan. Oh my god, moon fucking shrimp cake. Oh, it's so good. Stufat talfenik from Malta. Or Pinay Pai from Philippines. Wild rabbits. Or bananas. I think people are gonna go with sugary stuff. Yeah. I almost got this right. The miso threw me off. Damn it. I'm so close. Okay. This is familiar. This is... Wait. I know this one. Yeah, this is Dead... Crap, what is it? Deadly... No. Oh my god, it's a survival shooter game. It's driving me crazy. What is it? Dead Space, Dead Rising, Dead by Daylight. Oh my god. Killing Floor. Wrong. Yeah, okay. Killing Floor, thank you. Thank you so much. Killing Floor. Oh, this is what is it? Putt Putt or something? No, it's the pumping air game. Isn't it? It is. Oh shit. I forgot the name of it. I like this game. What is the name of this one? Dig Dug. Thank you so much, Dig Dug. I thought Putt Putt for some reason. Dig Dug. RJ, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the well wishes. Yeah. I'm very happy that I was able to reach my affiliate anniversary. That's so huge to me. The Fiatish game. Yeah. Thanks for being here, RJ. How are you doing? Oh, there's a big rod. Oh, it was Ryza. I know those thighs. I'm gonna play this series. The idea of running a store sounds really nice to me. Builder, data disks, civil core, desert bridge. Had to battle steaming water today. My hot water pipe burst and broke. Oh, that's awful, RJ. Oh my god. I hope that got fixed. I'm so sorry to hear that. Commerce Guild, relic scanning, cooking recipes, ruins exploration. I love it. You can tell a character by their thighs. Well, it's also the clothing they had on. It showed like half their body. That showed way more than usually. Molly! Oh my god, Molly! Hi! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming by. It is my affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much. Really, really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much for coming by. It's so good to see you. Aww. Besides that, I am chill. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Is this Dragon Quest? Dragon Quest Builders or something? Workshop crafting, gift giving NPCs, mount riding llama, farming and ranching. Is this Stardew Valley? No way. No, it's definitely not. Sewage plant dungeon, marriage and children, stamina based actions, town commission board. Maybe this is not Stardew, but the original one. Oh my gosh, my brain is in a big old mess today. I'm sorry. I will stay hydrated. Thank you. Not Stardew Valley. It's the original one was Moon. Damn it, Jesus. Harvest Moon. Let's try Harvest Moon. Farmville? Oh no. If it's Farmville. Town reputation, calendar festival, research, assembly station. I will genuinely try Farmville for the heck of it. No, Farmville. Oh no, I typed in Franville. Nope. Home decoration furniture, relationship heart system, day-night cycle, story-driven life sim, post-apocalyptic world building. My time at Portia? It is! Nice, you know? You saved it. Wow. I always forget how many like Harvest Moon likes there are out there. This is cool. I would love to play Harvest Moon again. That game is so cute. I know Stardew is based like a lot on Harvest Moon, but Stardew just doesn't have something that Harvest Moon like has for me. Like, you know, I just really like Harvest Moon's whole vibe. Only see the cover of the eShop. Ugly as hell. It is not an art style I particularly like either. Okay, it's not a third-person game. It is a shooter though, and it's older. Let's try Halo Reach. Okay, it's gonna be like 2009, 2008. It is a first-person game. Let's try, I don't know, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Oh, Call of Duty Modern Warfare. It is a first-person only game. It is a first-person only Single player, multiplayer, and cooperative shooter game. Would Portal count? Oh, it does count as a shooter. Okay, that's kind of funny. 2009. I don't know. Freaking no. Gosh. Resistance? Resistance Fall of Man. Okay. It is a PS3 game. It is a shooter. It is a warfare game. Let's try Battlefield. Let's try like Battlefield 3. Oh. It is a PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 game. Good to know. It is a shooter, puzzle, simulator, strategy, tactical game. What? What? It's a puzzle sim tactical game, but it's first person only? A puzzle game? What? Wait, what? What do you mean? It can't be Metroid. What is a first-person shooter warfare game that is also a puzzle tactical game that is only in first person? That's insane. Huh, I have no clue. This is really throwing me. I don't know. Arma is third person. Let's try like Insurgency. No. Maybe Arma? 2009. The game engine is called Real Virtuality. That's a really cool name for an engine. I have no clue, honestly. I actually have zero clue. Half-Life. I don't know, Half-Life 2. What do you mean Operation Flashpoint Dragon Rising? Okay. Who? I don't know this one. I'm genuinely kind of befuddled. I have never heard of that one. That is kind of insane. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Let's solve some murders. I think we're in the time to solve murders now. Alrighty, let me move everything over. There we go. All right. Moving everything over. Let me pause my music. Awful title, by the way. It is an awful title. It is a really bad title. Like, pick one. You can only have one title. Please. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. There we are. And the game. Let's boot up the game. And there we go. Let me turn off widescreen. There we go. Wahoo! And let me make it a little bigger. There we go. That looks good. Should have been just called Dragon Rising. For a few reasons, that might not have been a good idea, Dartus. For a few reasons, that might not have been the ideal name for that. Alrighty. Okay, everyone. We will now be continuing a Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. We are now on the second episode. Let's do this. For playing the game in all available outfits. Oh, nice. I think I switched everyone's outfit and just kept it like that. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Also, let me know if the sound and everything's alright. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. Look, man, people don't remember dicks for their quality sporting products. That's fair, honestly. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. All good here? Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Ooh. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I have successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Ooh. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite. Man, Ryunosuke is also unemployed now. This is rough. Times are rough, buddy. And say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. "30th of August, 7:28 a.m. Sholmes' suite. Oh, Runo, good. Man, what did bro do? I don't know. I mean, a few stuff, a little bit happened. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It's most delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise as well. Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you, Mr. Sholmes. Yes. I see. So that's it. Oh, Jesus, get back. That outfit looks really good. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have, this morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember? By you. Really pulled your button off? Did he now? Sholmes is in his weeaboo phase. Yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began playing the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it off its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Hurley, Runo said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, This man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Yay, Sholmes and Iris! So true. There can't be a single person in this world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, as published in Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, why don't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really? That's right. And she has some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. Whoops. You must tell us about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun! Alright, this is Sato's letter. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by international post. Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing! I wish I could read it. And how's your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustached, twitchy man with somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you. Clearly. The startling news. Did he change smoking pipes? I don't... Oh, maybe. It would make sense if he did. Yeah, it's probably a Japanese style one. So, what was this startling news penned by Mr. Sato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes. It's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Sato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mr. Sato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotaba, prompting him to send the telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that. Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Mr. Sato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? I do wonder how this man manages to dress himself each morning. He couldn't find his way out of an empty room. Yeah, he is a disaster. Mr. Sato's repatriation. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes this almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. He gives me falling upwards kind of energy. Exactly. That's exactly how he is. He might find himself out of an escape room though. Only when the stakes are does it seem Herlock brings out his potential. When the stakes are high. Yeah, definitely. Definitely he functions better under pressure. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Mrs. Sato's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later. He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last! Iris, are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Susan and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case, but perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit. Why is he showing so much cleavage? Cover them up, you whore. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Oh, right. Because of the stuff that he did, the stuff that they discovered in the final case in the previous game, he probably was punished. It was 6 months ago. A mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. So I guess it's summer now. Also, let me take a sip. This poor lady. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement on Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attacker, but, by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time, and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And, after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyous jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. Alright, I guess the whole McGilded trial did ruin his rep a bit. Yeah, that's definitely it. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom Oh, so Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. Interesting. Back in time. Oh, rats. 21st February, 5:30 a.m. St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Recovery ward. That's a big statue. There you are, at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh, okay, yeah, this is back in time. Oh my god. It's a cute outfit. It's really cute. Oh. You're late. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes. And it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. I wonder if we're going to get a brand new detective guy for this game? I don't know. Something tells me that Gregson is still in work. I don't know if they could have incarcerated him for what he did. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Oh, she's so cute! You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back. Her name is... Ah, yes, here we are. Miss Green. What is that statue? That looks like a statue I would want to own. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? Ah, I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. I want a full-figured mannequin. Do they have that? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I don't think it exists. That's pain. 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 It does not exist. Okay. He's so petty. I wonder if she recovered from that knife wound. It seems like it. Eek! A mouse! Mr. Naruhodo, an enormous mouse! Vermin in a hospital, that doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you're thinking. It's very plump. Excuse me. Good morning. Huh? Hello. I'm, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, from the Empire of Japan. Oh no! What? Was it your knife then? Are you the man who... No. I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. Wow, I feel that. I feel that, lady. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. She's so cute. She's so cute. She looks like an olive. She does look like an olive. Poor thing's so taken aback. Yeah. Fat rat bastard. Wait, that's her. OMG. I didn't play soon to get... Yeah, exactly, yeah. The artist struggle evident anytime. Like, yeah. Newt, you are an artist. That means a lot to me, Ace. Thank you. About the incident. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in the hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming in to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh, lady, come on now. Oh no! We're also relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe your surname should be Blue, not Green. How about yourself? You be cooking up good arts, you appreciate it. Thank you so much, RJ. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you, Ace, for 15 streams straight. Thank you for being here for 15 streams straight, Aces. That's great. Thank you so much. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no! Oh, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. At the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my! An Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no. Actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away from the, Jesus. Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means, I suppose the Seki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. And that's all. What's this? She suddenly climbed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me. Do forgive me. If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh, yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. We need to investigate more. Shows not everyone can grow a mustache, let alone a great one. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Is that literally what he was looking for? That's so cute. Let's see. Let's see, that looks like a portrait she might have drawn. Or painted. Look, there's a photo. Oh, it's a photograph. Oh, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. Looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for the matters of the heart. Not in the least, I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Sholmes definitely can't grow a mustache. Is there Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder! Narrow Fodder now. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutsbeg. Okay. I'm fine. I'm an adult. I'm sorry. Oh my god. That was like a left hook. Oh my god. Oh. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg. Mr. Natsume sent a message to me. But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Ah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that! Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit at his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? I'll hail Fiacre at once. They're calling it a different thing each time. It's messing with me. Saucy Nutsmeg? Keeping that name safe for later use? Yeah, me too. There was one yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to be, or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. 21st of February, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ground floor. Oh. What on earth? Oh my! The gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Awful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Oh, not the horrible hair lock, Sholmes. Shoo, shove up. Show yourself to the door. I never invited you. Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Oh. Here they are, already. The busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Unpleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at the crime scene, Sholmes. Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Oh, good morning to you too, Sunshine. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. Oh my god, the king is dead. Long live the king. Bro's been in 3 cases, poor man. This poor freaking guy. What is with this house? Oi, I said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no. I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. Excuse me, sorry about that. I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Ugh. Someone's in a bad mood. Excuse me. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamspeare, who was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead. Shamspeare? Mr. Shamspeare? It was the landlord, Mr. Garadeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. And fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadeb got worried and kicked the door down. Freaking Shamspeare. That's insane. But doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg? Ah, yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san. The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life, and a miserable end to it. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in an investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it'd be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man. How unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Something this tells me this case is going to go to shambles before we know it. That's pretty good. What about you, Mr. Natsume? What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking for you to come. Do that inspector over there. Oh dear. What the heck are you doing? Is this the case taking place between case 4 and 5? It looks to be the case, yeah. I think so. It's either 4 and 5 or 3 and 4. But yeah. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ah, you need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Fukita was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Alright, Mr. Natsume. Why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please. Pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. Can he be fucking normal? Most guilty acting innocent man ever. Yeah, literally. It's genuinely crazy. He's like, we know he didn't murder him because we saw him like in the future, but Jesus, he acts so guilty. Why is he... Your instant attorney doesn't do normal apparently, but I think we don't want normal secretly. But of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? Okay, let me get a drink. It's reverse psychology, yeah. Alright, let's do it. My dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Cause of death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's Last Supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Conclusion: poisoning from soap ingestion. No. Topic 2. Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was it suicide or murder? The audience will recall that the death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal would have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. No, the door is kicked down, you goofball. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the soul key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end, in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Conclusion: no possible perpetrator present. Oh dear. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' great deduction. It's reverse psychology. Drinking the classic Sherlock in his native environment. Soap, that's really the best you have. Clean up your act. Do not let sham spiritual lush. As a proud British man, I agree soap is delicious. I feel like that's not a popular British opinion. Oh. Oh, give me just a sec. Okay. All good. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. Are you disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, looking at British cuisine, it's not that far-fetched. It was like Americans in plastics. It would be the funniest thing if Sholmes just made up shit to see if Ryunosuke could find the real answer that he already knows. That would actually make a lot of sense. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. In Chub's defense, they really shouldn't make soap look like food. Yeah, that's true. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh? What's that? It's Mr. Natsume. I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering about the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow. No, nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it into an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Sholm's quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. The Great Detective, everyone. Soap is bad to eat. Very true. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1. Cause of death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us that the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth. The foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contained, you will observe, one half of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposefully on the dish? Like the victim's Last Supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies that the man was eating something, or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I would prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. Oh, hey, would you look at that? There's the other piece of soap. Look, there's some more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspeare really must have loved this stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at the soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? How could that be? I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. Take that! Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. I think a spoon will make a better soap eating tool. Yeah, I think so too. It being the other half of the soap on the table, in short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dry tea leaves. It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. Ah, so we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly.
Take that!
Take that! Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been a vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. and it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room, which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Conclusion: poison in the tea. Topic 2. Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? I love the little mouse companion on his shoulder. I love it too. I love little animal companions sitting on people's shoulders. I always think it's cute. I think it'd be good finger food when your finger in hand should be quite clean after eating. Oh boy. Someone used tea to kill a man? Do they have respect for something so cherished by the British? Was it suicide or murder? The audience will recall that the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. The Western vessel for infused drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shakespeare was having a drink of tea. There'd be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes' suggestion. There's more to this deduction than it seems. Well, we must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some clues. Aha! It's another Western. It's a teacup! And it too is empty. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Shakespeare was actually drinking. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we've deduced up till now is turned on its head. I've had a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Take that!
Take that? Discreetly switching a bloke's cup of tea with a cup of coffee instead. That sounds crazy. Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. Huh? In other words, this is a strong indication that the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. We know that silhouette. We know that silhouette very well. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know exactly who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. What if he liked Tila so he could drink 2 cups at the same time? Honestly, possible. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read... The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and... A Meal for Gabro. Wait. I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but... They're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes. On the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Soseki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet, Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it.
Take that!
Take that. Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's a link to the truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at the second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No! If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. That's freaking awesome. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Oh, look at the little mouse. Look at him. He's so cute. This concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' Great Deduction. Conclusion. Soseki Natsume at the scene. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. Not again! Not again! Not again! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume, it would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door, key, locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible! He's so flustered, he's being even stranger than normal. What, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You'd have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Herlock Sholmes. I can't blame him for blaming Herlock Sholmes at this point. He really has found himself an arch-rival now, hasn't he? Come on, now, no dilly-dally. Outside. Sorry. There's a carriage waiting. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please, please. I'm innocent. Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Soseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. This is rough. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. Ah, and of course. What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Gerdeb, who discovered Mr. Shamspear. Excuse me, sorry. Mr. John Gerdeb, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right. We must remember to go and talk to him later, then. Oh boy, what a pickle. What is this? And here we have another disproportionately large machine. It looks like a meter of some kind. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. Oh, it is a gas meter. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Ah, I see. Yes, now that you've pointed it out, I can see that there's a slot here that just looks like it would take a coin. Oh, my drawing glove fell. So you mean if you put a coin in here? That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So, if you were a poor person with no money, you would have to sleep in the freezing cold. Yes. Or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Poor guy. I think some tea and scones will do him wonders. I don't know. I think he's beyond that. Look at these extravagant, bright costumes. Somehow, they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings-on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more suited to be a feudal lord, a daimyo, or such like. With a chomage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chomage. Oh, you'd look wonderful with one. And you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chomage and a sword? That's adorable. Oh, that was one for Soseki? Oh, I see. As we see from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. No way, really? Crazy. Crazy how the window's bricked up like that. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the numbers of windows they had in a property. It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think the poor are having to block up the windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Oh, yes. It looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspear who did it, I wonder? Being a lodger renting this room. Ah, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What, outside? It's so cold outside. You can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I have no idea. but the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. Or two, after all. Oh dear. I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap. Ah. Do you see? In the middle there. There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fantasy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. It looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Let's see. What the heck is this? Excuse me. Just a second. Soap. True. Stretch. Okay. I will also hydrate again. Okay. This part is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it? Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. I quite like it. It reminds me of the Hinomaru design of the Japanese flag. I expect this is a rather expensive soap. That doesn't seem likely, given who it belongs to. That... Weird. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes. Not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. That's so funny. Let's see. Oh, lab. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights? A gas stove? London really is a city of gas. But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Girdeb had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. I say we lick the transparent part to see what happens. No, I'm good. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though? For the nightly Shakespeare performances. Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it, if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that helped you achieve your goal. This I have to see. I love these two's banter in this game so far. It's so good. It's so cute. I really hope we get to see Van's office and just a whole room full of his cups. I hope so. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting your hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? Ah! I made sure I had a reference at the ready just for such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying to the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now, one moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? I love her. Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamsphere and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So one was Mr. Shamspere's, and the other must have been the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Soseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so that we can examine them in more detail later. Pair of teacups. Huh, one's green and one's red. The teacups used by Mr. Shamspere and Natsume. One with the green line around the rim was Natsume's. Oh. What else? Oh. What's this? It looks like a part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you might be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter, or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there? Ah, she's right. And yet, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We'd better take this, just in case. Torn off end of the envelope. Okay. Gets born again as a whale in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Japan? Oh my god. Looks like they're having a good super out, huh? Uh-oh. Inspector Gregson, back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fellow the clink, I went to report this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure we should probably go and... What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Out, a brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day. What? Walking Dead! The fella isn't dead at all. What was that nonsense he was saying, though? I think yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shamspere, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. You know what? I heard... Okay, in real life, in this time period, there was a poison that was present in a lot of alcohols. A lot of alcohols had a type of poison in it that would clinically kill people, but they weren't actually dead. So multiple people would be buried alive by accident after dubious nights of drinking, because that poison got into their system and it gave them every sign that they were dead, but then they would revive like several days after. And this was proven when some of those graves from this era were dug up and there were scratch marks on the side of the grave where the corpse lied, like as in the person was trying to get out. So this guy might have been poisoned by that. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that now was. This whole investigation is a sham. There was a bottle in the room. Juliet syndrome. Sounds horrible, Newt. Thanks for the scary. And man, that's fucked. It is. It's horrible. That sounds like one of the worst ways to go. 21st of February, Briar Road. Whatever you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamspeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will be keeping Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh. Excuse me, what's this? That guy's a big chin. What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! Did he just teleport, Mr. Naruhodo? He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. It was that guy and the clown and Shamspeare were arguing in front of this house, weren't they? Huh. I really like the 3D area. There's fun stuff like this, agreed. Yeah, but I don't remember what about. Yeah, 21st of February, the Gerdeb's room. Here we are again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Gerdeb's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Ah, you chaps, huh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Gerdeb as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to some more ballet nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what had happened, Mr. Gerdeb. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? It must have been a real shock for you this morning, to hear that you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down to knock on his door, but no bally answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door. Well, I called in that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is this me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the room. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspeare, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspeare. Took the ground floor from 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it. The only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has that bally screw loose. So hard to choose which categories the Seki-san will fall into. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few plays on the old bard myself, you know, Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspeare would have much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruhodo, really, how rude. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Gerdeb noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspeare got back, and the chap was up till past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. I suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark here. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mrs. Sato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Gerdeb, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly? Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know the precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean? Gah! That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I say! I know what you're thinking. It's belly outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? Then how did you know, Mr. Gerdeb? It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? Speaking gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you everything, anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I have more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to the properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? perhaps because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual, and that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, wouldn't it? Or mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable. Surely a good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite is also true, of course. Extinguishing the lamps up here, then they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Oh, of course. Because when people come back home in the evening, and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. Oh, clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Gerdeb. Absolutely fascinating. Oh well, nothing to it really. I can't really see what's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Gerdeb is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating as we can, I think. Perhaps we'd like to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Okay. This poor guy. February 21st, local prison, cell 9. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire? Oh, yes? What does he tell me? Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Sholmes. He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolical deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Oh, cursed. I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolute worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh. I'm stuck in this cell suffering for some silly wrong under the stick! You did it, did you confess? You're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, that selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wiggly, wishy-washy, William. Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamspeare was never actually dead in the first place. Oh yes, that might make sense, and I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspeare, didn't you? I'm not saying another word. I demand have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? Brother. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell, but Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'd be totally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lonely lodgings. And that evening at past 9 it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspeare. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties into what Mr. Gerdeb said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later in the evening, at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I brewed out as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, weren't you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? What? Oh, okay. It was a delightful debate. I'm sure... Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspeare's tea. No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won, that was me, and when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit. I swear it categorically. I have bad luck, but he doesn't do himself any favors. He really doesn't. He never really does himself any favors at all, yeah. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been in here at Great Bend for a year now, and in that time, I've learned that this is no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they'll stare at me, they'll laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. Why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there just before I took the room, died there. Oh no. He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave. Or blinkered. But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? Was it really so awful? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just the feeling of beady eyes boring into my back watching me. Do you think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you? No, my mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's my mind doesn't know any tricks is such a funny line. That's a really good line. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who've died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me. It really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspeare was writhing in agony from the poison in his body, I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. That is concerning. You simply must move out of that room as fast as possible, as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why I'm already searching. I'm already searching for the next room in the history to call a home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Susato-san knows how to make a man listen. Make the man listen. Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse in my room as well. You mean Mr. Girdeb? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean, he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspeare isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. Inspector Gregson. I couldn't help overhear what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh. What do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a little written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness, it's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no, that's not the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shamspeare is implicated. Someone is being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wickedest caitiff. Soseki Natsume. No. Oh, no. So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No! Huh. They need to check that place for a gas leak ASAP. That's what I was thinking. So once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Daily. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blinded him. This poor, poor guy. This poor guy. Poor, poor man. So unfortunate. Let's see. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Investigation. I guess we would go here. Complete. I will double save. Okay, give me 15 minutes. I want to get a little bit of a snack, so I will be back. Yeah, give me 15 minutes. I'll be right back. I want a little snack, and I will hydrate. I will hydrate. Okay. BRB. Okay, I'm back. I saw my internet disconnected in the time that I was gone. I'm happy it's returned now. Obi, thank you. Alrighty. Excuse me. Okay. I have had my snack. Yes, I did. So let's get back to it, huh? Let's get to the beginning of this trial. Thank you, Dr. 22nd of February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only two days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think that he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, good morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikoto Esquire, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barak von Zieks. Van Zieks? Oh, no. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all, yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zieks is the prosecutor. Oh no. Well, happy to have you back, thank you, King. That even if that person is not found guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Petrifying perils, potentially. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire? Yes. I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this trial. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. Right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, well said. I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors, I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free. With honor. Oh, yes. Damn. He got determined. 22nd of February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey. Courtroom. Oh wow, pretty lady.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my lord Nipponi's friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination. It's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. Those past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Shoseki-san's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. I must say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh well, I'd rather like to know how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is a very fetching, actually. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
I couldn't agree more. I need to take 5 bob tonight, or the missiles will go through the roof.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
Well, all of these are familiar, save for one. Let me wipe the smudge off my glasses. Give me a sec. The British jury system is very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of the judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. And that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London, chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return to duty today.
Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Oh, Jesus, beginning at phase 2. The detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
Oh, this is Seki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume?
Yes, my lord, sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. That you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again? I remember it as if it was yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough.
Oh, believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear it from you first. Explain the case to the court. Right you are, sir.
And glasses back on. It's that bloody old guy. Also, the new lady looks pretty. She is pretty. Let me get a wet wipe. I'm gonna wipe my face real quick. Okay. Okay, we're looking good. We're looking good. Sorry, let me just wipe some stuff. Okay, awesome. Sorry about that. Were you checking audio? No, I'm just getting a wet wipe. Alrighty.
The incident occurred at the Garrett household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, the defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine.
Oh shit. Oh shit, strychnine. Wait, strychnine. Oh shit. Okay, wait. Strychnine was the poison involved in the previous trial, right? What was it, strychnine, or was it a different poison, or was it? Hold on. Strychnine. I believe so. Okay, got you. Okay.
He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke the door down.
It's funny, I learned about strychnine in a documentary recently.
This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry or exit from the room impossible.
Although the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly did it. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer of the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here I took at the time to show how it looked. Yes, a truly scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right, everyone present believes that's exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
Okay.
Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Yes.
As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious, what's haunted?
My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings at my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me. What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed Mr. Natsume? How?
Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shakespeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me.
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Odd puddle under the gas box? I saw that too. That was weird. Hey, Bright Guy, thank you so much. It's good to see you, and thank you for the well wishes. I'm happy that I've been able to stream this long. Crazy. 1 year since I became affiliate. That's crazy. February 2nd, huh? It's crazy to think about. It's good to have you here, Bright Guy. I hope you're doing wonderful.
Thank you, witnesses. I believe I already have a reasonable picture of the events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea he drank at the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. Accused? Good grief! Order! Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsue, what have you to say to this accusation?
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspear's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water specifically to make it. And this is the result. I will never touch tea again, never. The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before.
That will do, thank you. According to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give your account of the events of the night in question to the court now.
Yes, my lord. Witness testimony. The catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that?
Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to.
No. The poison that was used, was an experimental poison. Yeah, last time the poison that was used was an experimental poison. So, I don't think it had an official name. So now they introduced strychnine is a completely different thing. Okay, so I know what strychnine is. Strychnine is rat poison. So what strychnine is it is a poison that just turns off every stopping mechanism in your body. So it just essentially makes everything go on end. It's essentially like it's like adrenaline but deadlier, like significantly deadlier. It just has your systems going without stopping. It turns off every halting mechanism in your body, essentially. And yeah, so, oof, wow, strychnine. Okay, oof, hold on, I need to, what perfect timing. I also recently saw a documentary about strychnine next to the one about freaking the transatlantic cable. Hold on, I need to take a picture. And here, hold on. This is really funny. Let's see. Let me just make sure. Culprit. Okay, perfect. I'll get another one later. Okay.
To hear you correctly, Inspector, Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance.
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponi's friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. Well, we only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see, thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Okay. The catastrophic night. Hold on. I wanna take a screenshot real quick. Let's see. There we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, back to it. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took tea with me as a gift. Hold it. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? No, we weren't friends. Not at all. Not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself as having a great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back on my lodgings. When I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside of the street, that was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any, not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. A second. Okay. Cool. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink. After which I went back to my room at around 11. Hold it. A literary debate. About Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? A very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? It was a profound, pleasurable parley. Romeo Juliet? Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go?
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with the reenactment. So we battled it out in a Greco-Roman style, naturally.
What?
Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest.
So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume?
He as Romeo and I as Juliet. After a vigorous, wild tussle, I as Juliet came out on top, a victor I'll cherish forever.
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage.
That is insane. That is just... What? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you... What? That is a contender for one of the gayest things in this entire franchise so far. Two literature buffs meet up for literature debate, and they dress up as Romeo and Juliet, and they wrestle to see who's stronger. That oh my god.
The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct?
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see.
It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room.
I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why does everyone look at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was.
Do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
Oh, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Hold it! Hold it? Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there?
That's correct. I do think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before, must have licked it dry. Which is a pity because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison.
And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume.
Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it.
Landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how was the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector?
When tenants return to the rooms and start using gas, the lamps in the other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Gardeb seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There was only one key to Mr. Shakespeare's room, I know that for certain. He must have locked the door himself from inside his room.
The victim was confirmed has confirmed that to be the case, yes.
So I'm right, my tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
Oh, what do you mean?
Theater students are a breed, they really are.
Strictly takes time to have effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it.
Hold it! Hold it? How long does it take for symptoms to appear then?
According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation.
So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful.
13 minutes. 13 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left.
You can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi.
I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Let's see. Let's begin examining the stuff that we have. Secondhand book receipt. Street map, bar of soap, pair of teacups.
This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes. Unlike the other one, the inside of this cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Interesting. But this one does have a tea ring. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese. It's funny. Turn off end of envelope. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes. Whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Mrs. Sato. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never. Yeah, there is a mysterious puddle over here. Victim's medical report. Scotland Yard medical officer. Poison as well as other details gleaned during police investigation. Victim, William Shamspear, 31. Coma. Ingestion of small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poison incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February, assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of the symptoms. No container for the poison was found. Okay. Great. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Hold it! Hold it. The argument still stands, you say. This is what Mr. Natsume would take, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim would have been able to lock the door after the accuser left later on.
Exactly. Me and my tea are innocent, sweet and innocent, I tell you.
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for poison to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspear could have locked the door after you'd gone.
But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea!
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter.
No.
That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course. Go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, yet Inspector Gregson just brushes off what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to the testimony again. Yes. Yeah, I think it's like, how can we accuse him of poisoning if there is literally no trace of poison? Poison. Strychnine. No sample could be obtained. Poison occurred at 1:30 a.m. Oh. Oh, the poison occurred at 1:30 a.m. That's not possible then. Went back to my room at 11. So there's no way it could have been the strychnine. There's no way that it could have been Soseki that poisoned him. Okay, let's try to do this.
Objection!
Objection! The argument still stands, you say. I think not, Inspector. Come again? I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. What? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Oh my god. The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks? I will drink strychnine myself. Just kidding. Pray forgive the discourtesy of my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hollowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Objection! Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
Objection! And in my country, there is an even more apt saying, there is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there's such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel?
Objection!
Objection. Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
Objection. But he could be lying. Is something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Hold it. down, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Who, sir, are you? William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friends, futile resistance will be utterly crushed. I will drink strychnine myself and prove my learned friend wrong in 30 minutes, or I shall perish. Oh, gee, this diva. I can give an idea, a theory, not an idea. What is it, King?
You're calling him as a witness?
Very well, Counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Happy I am, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Archway. Let the court now hear from the victim.
Who are you?
Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's that other man beside him?
Yes, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of this man before.
State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet, they do set the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, an unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew, lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare.
Oh, name's Metterman. Adrian B. Metterman.
Please don't jiggle his chin. Don't give his chin jiggle physics, please don't.
I work for the Ultimate Gas Company, East End Branch Office.
Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Never mind, I lost faith in my theory. Also, is that Popeye? It does look like Popeye. He does look a lot like Popeye. Let's try. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word?
Ah.
Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Gerdub's house that morning. He's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case?
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you're the victim of this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips?
I subpoenaed him from the trial with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt in the jurors' minds, I'm sure.
Behold, you have only to arrange the letters of my name to see that's me's a seraph.
You really?
You have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus, Be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be.
Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. You're actually taking this serif anagram idea seriously?
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions.
But my lord, what's the man next to Shamspeare doing here? The gas man, I mean.
What, me? Well now, allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence, when you suggested the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question, and moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar.
What? No, I didn't quite say that.
This young chin-stroker is here to controvert your wild claims, conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Metterman? Eh? Hang on, no, I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent.
Nice. Congrats on affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much, Frazier. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for the well wishes. I'm so happy to be able to stream for an entire year as an affiliate. It's just kind of crazy. I'm so happy to see you. What's up? How are you doing? Dude just wandered in and Van Zeeks went, hold on, I can work with this.
The wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
What?
Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamster's room all night? That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see it into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered through that. The question is, sir, why? Ah, well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man, wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment?
What are you talking about?
This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make no more ado about his tedious words.
Oh my god. He looks like a bee. That's so funny. Wait, what's his full name? Adrian B. Meterman. He looks like a bee. Oh my god. A drone bee. A drone bee. That's his name. It's a drone bee. You gotta be fucking kidding me. A drone bee Meterman. God damn it. He's a freaking bee. Okay.
What'd you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And, as the testimonies have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who would have carried out this crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Really? Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Really? No way.
Cross-examination.
The wintry night of my discontent.
The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea.
Hold it. Ace Attorney back at again with their stupid fucking names. Never change, Ace Attorney. So true.
To be clear, my neighbor, are you referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs?
And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room?
Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to a tender gift of fragrant tea.
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means the discussion about who was stronger, Romeo or Juliet.
I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as what our characters would be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment.
I dare not imagine the scene.
He's so terrified of it. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the eastern art of jujitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twas be a skill practiced by the comely maiden.
Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accuser brought to your room.
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding.
Otter, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the well wishes. Thank you. It's been a whole year. It's been a whole year, which is so crazy. I'm so happy to be able to stream for so long. This is so fun. I hope you're doing wonderful, Otter. How are you? This is the most outlandish character yet. I wonder how Capcom intends to top this. He is pretty outlandish, but I imagine they get way more outlandish, even in regular Ace Attorney.
But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table.
Hold it! Hold it? I hope you're doing wonderful, Otter.
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time.
Great. That was a great animation. I'm good. Just have you up for the enrichment while I stream. Oh wait, am I your enrichment? Hold on. That's awesome if so. I need to see this. I've always wanted to be enrichment. Hold on. Hold on. I must see. I must see. Hold on, hold on. Oh, okay. As your enrichment. I get you. I get you. Oh man. Let's see. I'm good. Just have you up for enrichment. LO me. Like, where's Darktuza? He's not here. Newt must be streaming. Guilty. In my defense, I do have you open the other tab. OMG, no, not guilty. Thank you, Darktuza. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll give you a kiss. It's just funny, that's how I know I'm missing a new stream. That is so sweet. That makes me blush. That genuinely makes me blush.
Okay. If the defendant had really put the poison in your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain.
Gladly. 'Tis an easy task.
What?
I did drink the tea, not while my guest didst tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
Objection.
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amid such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea.
Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker?
But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stupid lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil.
We all know what that means. Vegetables. Hi, Otter Pups. I hope you're doing well.
'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour. Nothing else, or not else.
Hold it! Hold it.
So you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper?
Huh? Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time.
Sorry?
I would that my belly were full no more oft than the sun doth rise.
You have one meal a day? Well, most folk eating habits, I must say.
Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is that there doth not be in my chamber be then Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be then the costumes of mine heart.
That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Now to think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere.
For I have devoured them all.
What? You've eaten them?
Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise?
Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. I was outside the bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. Hold it. But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. No, it's nothing. I'm just thinking about a joke somebody told me a few hours ago. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking at it through the gap.
Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there?
And for some strange reason, a couple bars of soap lined up on the edge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business. My ginormous, elongated chin. Especially on freezing cold nights. But that's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing. As long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Metroman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poisoned container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you. It really was. You can't argue with the logic. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fellow. Hold it! Hold it. You say a short little round-backed Eastern fellow. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
Objection. How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspear drink tea together? No, sorry. I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? What I did see was a silhouette of that little round-backed fella there wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it.
I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. I really do think they just had sex. Yeah, I'm just gonna say the quiet part out loud. I think they went in there. I think they roleplay. I think they had sex. I'm saying the quiet part out loud. Mr. Metaman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. Hold it. Huh. Eh? Oh. My lord. Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yep. Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes. Wait, no. The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what kind of difference do they make? None as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't have 5 Bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. Blow her top.
What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
Rest enough? Here we go. Well, the court will let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leadings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Oh boy.
All of you?
Well, it would appear that the court is indeed, the jury is indeed unanimous. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Ugh. No!
Get up, Mr. Naruto. Please. The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Mrs. Sato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember?
Time to prove the jury's wrong and dumb, so true.
A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in the British Court of Law, if we can reverse the decision of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke his right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. Jury's wrong and dumb. Unrelated. But you know what I'd like to see? An Ace Attorney game where the main character is a girl failure lawyer. I hope for that too. But considering my knowledge of what's to come,
that may not be a far-off opportunity. A possibility, rather. That may not be a far-off possibility. So gender swap Phoenix? Yeah, essentially. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with the submission examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord. We know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, he has a mustache. Very fishy.
There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudman. For now, at least.
Ah, I really don't care. Like, I just need this trial to end quickly.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all.
It can't be changed. Van, we have changed it like 6 different times. I'm starting to believe he is suffering from alcohol poisoning. To be fair, from his perspective, this is only, like, we've only done this twice at this point. And this is the third time. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced.
It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen.
If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget.
I've pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before, and it worked.
So you never know.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how submission examination works, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh. Well, you're still very new to British law, after all.
That's true, I suppose. And Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now. 2. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder. No need.
Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Sato.
But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary.
Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right.
If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like.
I'll be here for you.
The key to this really is listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding 2 that are contradictory, and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the submission examination.
Yes, my lord.
The defense's rebuttal. He's an old man straight up, no reason to doubt the man. Hold it! Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble, but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips at night was the Japanese man's tea. When you take the gasman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be clear. Well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a wrong liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen in the jury would do the same. Isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening.
What's that elderly gent on the end here, you know? You'll have to speak up.
Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. Shut up. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then?
Time for examination. Gloves, come on. Alright, sir. I might hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Alright, if you can show me the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Hold it!
Hold it. Juror number 5, I kind of can't stand him. Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously. It's exhausting to look at him. It is, honestly. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese.
Hold it!
Hold it. No. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point in dancing around the fact he's Japanese. He has a mustache and he stoops. You see, you arrived at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. And you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of the events is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. Well, this really does seem more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right. And the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. Give her a martini. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least.
Hold it!
Hold it. A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Oh. Good gracious. Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. Ah, I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. He bowed in deference to his employee's wife, did he? So, would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspear was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths of the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspear is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public. But you can finish the sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man hath not beheld, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. You may not have decided yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in the Altamont gas explosion. So, Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before that part. about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could shift the balance. The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas. Oh, I really just don't care. Like, I just need this trial to end quickly.
Hold it!
Hold it? You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Finish last. That's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? A derby? It was a dead cert, that's the thing. I couldn't lose horse racing, so I took my wife's secret savings line. But then, that hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Oh, stupid finish last. Freaking horse racing. Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day that Mrs. used her savings for a trip down the pub. Excuse me. So come on. Let this business lie now. Just give it up. No, that's not going to happen.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know.
Hold it!
Hold it. What do you really mean by that, sir?
Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do.
At 5? You're a really early riser then, aren't you?
What's that now?
I said you were an early riser.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours.
Oh, okay.
I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh dear. That was my sleep schedule in all of high school. Every single day of high school, I would sleep at 2 and wake up at 5. I don't know how I'm alive today. I do not know how I'm alive today. Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night.
What's that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night.
That's right, you see. 3 hours of missing time, like I said. It's not much, is it?
This really isn't helping. The key to my summation examination is identifying contradictions between jurors' statements, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, and once I found 2 jurors whose statements can't coexist, I need to pit those jurors against each other. Then hopefully, when they see that what they're saying doesn't make sense, they'll change their leaning. Yes, and if you're able to change the minds of a majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you're unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move to adjudication. And I can't let that happen. Somehow or other, I have to turn this trial around. What? Man, I'm sorry I was rough for that rough for you. It's all good. It's in the past now. Maybe that's why your eyes are so bad. Maybe, honestly, maybe. Who knows? Maybe. Hey, just curious, how long are we going tonight? Until the next save point, which I imagine is going to be right after the summation examination. All right, if I can show me that victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position.
Objection!
Objection. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 1.
What are you yelling about, lad?
I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of the Ultimate Gas.
Well, yes.
The victim, who you claim to be a noble, a straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief.
As good as the lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me, seeing as his operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears the testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor.
Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it. As I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So this means you'll recap a few points that would shoot me down to the ground?
Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial to be over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are.
Shoot, maybe that's why my eyes are so bad. I think genetics are the reason, and the microplastic worms playing strip poker in your cones. Ew. That's 4 jurors. For not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory.
Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's submission examination, the jury's leading has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whereas 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord. I'd order the trial to continue. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So gods mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi, what did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shakespeare, that you denied the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart.
Ah, you flowery-mouthed, pompous beanpole, just because I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shakespeare, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
Objection! I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4. Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, we have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor, Lady Quinby. Haha.
Fucked up that my sis got perfect 2020 vision genetics. Yeah, I could lament about not having great vision, but at the same time, I do get to wear glasses, so it's a win-win. It's a win in my account, but I'm sorry that you are cursed with that.
Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas.
Let's see. That's a good Queen Bee name. That is good. I'm wondering if now would be a good time to call it. Mooney, I'm not sure if Mooney is here to tell us what our pacing is looking like.
So what I could do is here. Let me see. Yo, Mooney. Oh my God. Hi, Mooney. Okay, awesome. You're here. Hey. Okay, awesome. Perfect timing. Good to have you here, Mooney. Let me check. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alright, sorry, just checking some messages. By the way, Newt, are you feeling better than yesterday? Yeah, I would say so. Today was a little bit of a day, but I think I'm getting there. I'm doing, King. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alright. Here we are. Art tomorrow? No, I probably have to push art stream back a week again. If I do art tomorrow, it'll be as like a guerrilla stream, like a random out of nowhere thing, you know? Like it'll be a, oh yeah, like I'll just do out of nowhere. One-third of the way through the episode. Okay, thank you, Mooney. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let's do... we're one-third of the way. That's honestly pretty good pacing. We could definitely just finish the rest of it next session. Let's see. Okay, well, let me save first. Uh-huh. Alright. Okay, so... Okay, you know, let's do... I think we can try going into the next intermission. Let's go into the next intermission, maybe. And then I think we can call it there, because I imagine we're gonna have an intermission soon. So let's try. Let's try real quick, and then we can finish the rest next time. So let's continue for a bit more, just a bit more. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord. It would be my pleasure. On the ultimate gas name, if I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimonies may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting you, mark my words. So you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Ultimate Gas Company's fuel. Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clear as an Ultimate Gas, my lady. Well, he's the clearest of the world. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Usato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. The Ultimate Gas Company's investigation. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and the meter money collection agent. Ultimate gas meters accept through penny bits. Each coin given the customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow, he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? I'm praying forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. I've turned to alcoholism. What do you mean by the remark, Lord Van Zeeks? Did the mustachioed Nipponiese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? This is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be a crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Do what you will. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning, and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places, and the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Cross-examination. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent.
Hold it!
Hold it? So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? That I do. I have to try to catch people when they're in, then ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspeare? Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, it really is. Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. We'll hardly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Beaterbad. Not much to say really, but as you wish. 3 petty coins. 2 hours of gold gas. Hold it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Wait. 1:30. Okay, something to note. He was poisoned at 1:30 a.m. in the morning. When he was found, was there gas going to his room? You know what I mean? Like, the room... I feel like at some point they mentioned that the room was lit, right? Something about that it feels like is going to be relevant. Like, how was he still getting gas even if he was passed out? Maybe, I don't know. So, directly noted it was an actual room investigation. Didn't the landlord mention his gas went on at 1 a.m.? I think that might be the case, which is weird. Alright. So all the London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? The latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in the property, yes. So if a 3 pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, Most people would use about 3 coins in a night. A bit more than that usually, if they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in the room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part. Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. Hypothesis is that the gas is the cause. Am I getting that right? I wish I didn't step away half during the investigation part. No, not really. I'm just wondering how he kept on getting... If he did keep on getting gas, I'm wondering how he kept on getting gas, even despite being passed out, is what I'm saying. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Hold it!
Hold it. Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pitching a gas office for ages. But you've examined the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room, I take it. Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special. Sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. But even after all of that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said you what? And look at the look on his face, the smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jemmied open anywhere, not a single sign. And what's happened to my salary as a result? Down to by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh. Right here. No wonder they call you Meter Man. I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is still ongoing. Wring his own neck? I think he was. Excuse me. It's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too. So if Mr. Sholmes was to get up to any mischief, he'd definitely be found out immediately. Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing Mr. Sholmes would... You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs, but it does feel a little over the top perhaps, doesn't it? Using wax is a pretty solid idea, I have to say. A seal, I get it. It's pretty neat. Oh, what's... Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here. There's a little hole, do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? But professionally made, I'd say. So you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare? Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. How'd they not see that? They were probably fixated on the other part of the valve, probably. Or not the valve, but the meter. Cool. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof.
Hold it!
There's only one key for all your meters? Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened. Oh? How? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Would you care to explain? Oh, now in order to empty the meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see? A seal? Like the sort of thing you put on an envelope, you mean? Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal. Now, in the case of Mr. Shakespeare's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said. But the seal hadn't been broken either. So that would mean Mr. Shakespeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it. It would seem so, but that would be impossible. Let's forgo that and just try this.
Objection!
Objection. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away. I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about this small hole that's been made in the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. So he's definitely up to no good. He's definitely up to no good. Clearly handsome great-grandfather? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Van Zieks is great. You can assume that Mr. Shakespeare secretly opened up the hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be all that surprised, but why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know what coin has been fed? Well, how does the meter know that the coin has been fed as a through-penny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A through-penny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will about to full testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. Exact diameter and thickness of a through-penny bit. Nothing else will fit. Okay. The coin portion proper, but the coins falling through the hole in the bot. Yeah, probably.
Hold it!
Hold it. How do you know that he's been using gas, though? Well, now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've seen his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter, and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says, "Get thee to the nunnery." Hablet indeed. I could wring the bloke's neck, but I get all hot under the collar, but still, every time I open up that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice?
But how could Mr. Shamspeare possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand.
The simple explanation is right before your eyes.
What?
A toast to eventually realizing the gas man could be an accomplice. You what? Good lord. Evidently plausible indeed.
Oh. Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Please, Lady Quidby, I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you dog are paid by the same amount.
So you'd be stealing money, only have to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly, that makes no sense. Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war.
Oh, no, no, no. I'm not going to stir up the hornet's nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished. It would seem there is no evidence to support the claim of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent.
Pray, forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned deputy's friend is clearly under. Theory, he's using soap to make a mold of the... Oh. Holy shit, Dartuza. Wait, the thing's gone now. Oh? Look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across, or 3/4 of an inch. Do you think... We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes. Yes, there were 2 bars on the little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? See through the bottom of the hole, yup. Yeah. Oh baby. Oh baby, oh baby. Great point. Great point. Freaking incredible point. Ugh. I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. Oh. It might seem that 2 cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected. Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps. But we can't be sure of that yet. The Ultimate Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspeare so earnestly. There must be something to it. But then, how has he been managing to steal their gas?
Hold it!
But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness would equally be used. Would, that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into a certain extent as well.
You thought about that though anyway? If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter? The contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that. Us gasmen do live for them. We cheap the gas company has thought of everything. Woohoo! Hurrah for gas, hurrah for cash, Altamont all the way. That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Yeah, sure, why not? I wonder if he was freezing the tea Soseki brought. Interesting. Guest worker complained how hot the room was when he always come to collect coin, that our man was sweating bullets. Most soaps nowadays have a melting point around 115 to 120 Fahrenheit. Cool. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Woohoo, yeah, nothing leaks from Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. I see. The witness will amend to a formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. Oh, so I have to... All joints in the meter welded shut and the lock is made solid, so there's no way to dismantle. Okay, so we have to press her and choose the right one, and then... Okay, that's cool. Get it before long. They actually broke the meter. The company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is it welded? Okay, no. Maybe right. Try a different tack here. Yep. Yep, delve deeper. Alright, let's do it. Objection. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it? The item in question is this. What? Everybody inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is the part here.
Got it!
Got it. You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Huh. Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here at present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. Woof. My word,
It could be more snug.
Was about to say that suicides. Oh yeah. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Ultimate Gas Company is being defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas.
Yes. The depression in the soap is clearly made by a threepenny bit.
It must occur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. And make fake coins in no time.
This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method of Mr. Shamspear's been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Why, truly, the Autobot. If the absence of some black magic I could make them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear to thin air, yes.
Exactly. And the meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method used visible in the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify those remnants of the court at once. To the court at once.
I'll admit with Van Zeeks that we kind of lost the plot here, but I trust the process. I think that I misremember his name is Ryotaro now. God darn it, my wires are being crossed. I think Naruhodo's thought process is that if Shamspear is up to something nefarious, he might try to pull something against his neighbor to cover himself. I think he's trying to find a different crime that Shamspear is doing at the same time. That would be a motive for why he would try to frame Ryunosuke. Thank you, not Ryotaro. Ryunosuke. Thank you, Mooney. Yeah, I think like we're just trying to find a motive here. But I trust the process, yeah.
Got it!
Got it. We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside. Where you yourself, Mr. Metro Man, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, it's to cool down the wax. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Oh, it's ice. Oh, duh. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, I thought he was like melting soap into more soap. Or something like that.
Did you say ice?
Mr. Shamspear has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away to the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Ultimate gas.
Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water.
That's right, madam.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless?
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. I'm helping you. I'm trying to help you, lady. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas is in this photograph.
Take that!
Take that. Let's see. So there's conspiring afoot. That makes more sense. You'd be none the wiser since the temperature of the room would make it water and vapor. I framed my neighbor for a crime so people stop looking at my other crimes. Okay, how is he affording a fridge that could freeze water during this period? Yeah, he was placing it on the winter cold, Fraser. he was placing it outside. Yeah, okay. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Shamspeare's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain. Almost certainly, it's a water stain, resulting from the liquid that drained out from the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room with all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspeare slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. But you're right. It would appear to me then, counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. He didn't beat about the bushhead there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand. A meal of soap is shouting. Do you mean to say he's using that fork to? Wait, what did he say? A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Van Seeks. He did not let it go. He did not let it go. Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. Huh. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious. Lord Van Zeeks. I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. Judge has eaten soap himself and wants somebody else to eat it as well, not to look crazy. What is the meaning of this, counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well, that Mr. William Shamspeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it. Very well, let us assume the man is a liar,
Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that the suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication.
You... What?
Yeah, there we go. Tried to play that off so inconspicuously. Bro, you can't be throwing stuff in the courtroom. His fans back there, it's okay. They're probably lapping it up like dogs. I'm one of those.
Order, order. Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo, what was the point of the last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zieks is saying? No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest.
What?
But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zieks has just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what we have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now. Following the cross-examination, the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider, namely, was someone else responsible? Was there another visitor? Was the poison in the tea? Was there another visitor? I mean, that's the best one because we know that the guy was checking on him. We know that the guy was checking on him. Let's see. What if the victim did in fact have another visitor besides Mr. Natsume? If that's your assertion, by all means, tell us who it was. Ah, yes, well, who was this mysterious third-party counsel? I think it's a little too soon to be naming names, my lord. On the contrary, it's a little too late, much like your defense. Damn it, fuck. Mr. Shakespeare is trying to make more ice coins on the night in question. I really feel like there's a clue there. Okay. Was someone else responsible? What if it was someone else entirely who poisoned the victim? There we go. Okay. They're pretty similar. If that's your assertion, by all means, tell us who it was. Ah, yes, well... Oh, damn it! Really? But what he said, he's making spare ice coins in the night in question. Really? There's a clue that... Okay, that's fine.
Hey Newt, guess what? Don't even dare. Don't even dare. We're on the verge of a turning point? I hope so. I do think he was poisoned some other way. I think he used the tea to make the coins, as the soap had the brown hue with the... Oh, you're right. Oh, interesting. Oh, you're right. It did have a brown hue. I have my idea I'd throw across during D&D what you thought I was saying. Oh my god. So I think, yeah, I never actually drank the tea. Oh, you're right. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poisoning that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
Objection. The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. But if it was in the ice... If it was in the ice, it could have, maybe it could have gone through the air? And since there's no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't have been tested for traces of poison. Objection. As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves
Objection!
it. Objection! A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? That Fritz has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime could tell us the nature of the defendant's tea? The teacups.
Take that!
Take that. What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Natsume's tea capsule? You are kidding me. You're kidding me, game. Did I choose wrong? I literally chose the teacups. You've got what? What? Okay, then it was probably the soap then. No, I definitely chose it. Yeah, or maybe Dartus is right and he was using the tea to put into the... That would be such a strange thing. Let's try the photograph. Maybe the melted puddle is the tea.
Take that!
Take that. Okay, so the puddle is not tea. Okay. What? But why isn't it the teacups? You only took 1 bar of soap if you recall. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. The other one will have had it. I see.
Take that!
Maybe? Okay, I see. Okay. Oh. Okay. The other will maybe have frozen tea. Okay. Good gracious! The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice? Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are the bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red? No. You mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of the statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial.
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shapspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water specifically to make it. And this is the result. I will never touch tea again, never.
Ah, yes. I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was a particular cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So the night in question, Mr. Shapspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word.
There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed 1 of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside of Mr. Shapspeare's window.
Extraordinary.
Earlier today, Inspector Gretson informed the court that if even one of the drop remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture, by finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all.
You smug Nipponese.
My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Oh my god, the mouse! The mouse is posing.
Bailiff? Bailiff, instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord. Understood. The mouse is posing confidently when I point. I just noticed that. That is so cute.
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Ventrix. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigation as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, counsel. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Man. Jeez, dude. Oh my god. And we're going to have a continual investigation like classic Ace Attorney. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys. But yeah. That's I think what we're going to be doing for now. Next time we will finish this case. I'm curious to know what about this case holds such importance, right? Why are we going back in time? Like, this entire thing is a flashback. Why are we going through all of this? Like, what it is a prelude to what's to come, apparently, right? That's so crazy to me. Like, oh man, I am intrigued why it is important. I am intrigued. Man. Sometime into chapter 8, yeah. Gosh. But yeah, guys. Thank you so much. Here, let me pull up a song. Alright.
Oh man. Some tie-in to chapter. Oh yeah, probably. Gosh, that was eventful. Eventful as heck. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much for joining in. God. Hey Newt, what game is replacing Dark Souls? Currently, I am still up in the air about it, whether it's Dark Souls 2 or Armored Core 1. I have a lot of reasons to go for either one, so I'm kind of stuck. But I'm gonna figure it out. This coming weekend though, to fill in the time gap while I do decide, I will be doing Warframe instead. I will be doing Warframe 1999 this coming weekend. Yeah. Good stream, good stream. Thank you so much, Dartuza. Good either way since they're FromSoft. Oh, absolutely. FromSoft is always a win. FromSoft is always a win. God, what a fun stream. Alrighty, here. Let me see. Let me see who's on right now. Alright. But yeah, poor Soseki. That guy just never catch a break, dude. It's so unfortunate. But Dartus is right. He really doesn't help himself. He really does not do himself any favors. Like, dude, he really should just open his mouth sometimes. He really should. It is crazy. Oh, man. Alrighty. Let's find somebody to jump into. Let me see who's on right now. Hello, Mimi. Oh, cool. That'd be cool to see you play Warframe. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That would be. Yeah, I'm excited to do so. Looking forward to this weekend then. Heck yeah. Soseki is just always so sucking. I just feel bad for him. Let's see. Okay, what's this person up to? Suki! Oh my god, hi Suki! Thank you so much! Yeah, it's been a year since I reached affiliate, isn't that crazy? Thank you so much for coming by, dude. I'm so happy to see you. I'm just finishing up my stream and trying to look for somebody to raid. I hope you're doing wonderful. Thank you so much for coming by. It means the world to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alright. Yeah, I'm just trying to find somebody. I always get so indecisive. Okay. What does affiliate activity mean? So affiliate simply means that like I have enough followers on Twitch to be monetized. I'm sick. I'm sorry I couldn't be here earlier. I'll try to always be here when I can. No need, Suki. Just come by when you want to. Come by when it's fun for you. You know. That is what's important. That's what's important to me. I really hope you feel better. I really hope you feel better, Suki. Cool, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 3 for 13 months. That's huge. 13 months, that's crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. Let me just decide on somebody finally. Okay, let's go raid. Okay, let's go raid Mama Now VT. I think that'd be good. But everyone, thank you so much. I'm so happy to have been able to stream as an affiliate for a year. Let's keep on pushing up, and who knows, maybe I can be a partner. Wouldn't that be like genuinely crazy? Could you imagine me as a partner? That would be so wild. I'd like to reach that sometime. You know, maybe. But guys, please take it easy. Please take care of yourselves. Please have a nice week ahead. I might do a random art stream tomorrow. I think that would be a lot of fun. And yeah, you can do it. That would be pretty cool. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you. But yeah, I might do a random art stream tomorrow. That'd be fun. But for now, please take it easy.
have a great night, and keep on smiling. You guys are the best. Say hi to Mama Nile. Oh, and the raid message is this dog objects. Okay, have a good one, everybody. Take it easy. Have a great night, and thank you so much for coming by. So much love to all of you. Take care of yourselves, okay? Have a really, really, really wonderful night. I'll see you guys. Bye-bye.
You ever been in a ship this big before, buddy? Been a long time for me. Oh, looking forward to it. Good season, man.
Ah, cool. Thank you for the follow. I got the now.
About her.
Oh! Oh! It's a raid, too! Thank you for the raid, I got the net! Uh-oh, I wasn't paying attention, fuck! Shit! I wasn't paying attention! Thank you for the raid, I got the net! Welcome in, raiders! This dog objects? To what, exactly? What are we objecting? Apparently it is. I've never been paying attention to it. I've been doing this for what now, 5 years? Yeah, 5 years. Whoa. Whew, there we go. Roger, roger. Uh-oh.
Following protocol.
Droid has been slurped. Oh. Ah, Ace Attorney. I see. Decreasing body weight. You can still make me bigger, you know. Still, what, like 2 levels for hips still, and then also like 1 more for boob? No one's done chub yet. Here we go. The sounds of dew. Loading gantry. There you go.